Root Tree Mania, let's go. Happened to you with Persona 3 Portable. Oh, okay. Alright, so it hasn't been long enough that I've completely forgotten what happened. But, holy crap, that's 6 numbers? There are still a lot of... Why is there a 6 here? Oh, because all of the things in company records I still haven't looked at. Yeah, there is still a lot going on here. So... Possible Infidelity 3. 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5. And then a family tree update that is not an infidelity, which is kind of wild. But yeah, so after our first foray into the family tree, we are now figuring out which babies came out of wedlock and what exactly is going on with that. He told Senna today how much you enjoy 5P's banger song. I was impressed how true to early Eminem the 5P's song in the game is. That was my take on it. Was, like, I don't know if this is good songwriting, but it is Weird Al levels of, like, appropriate parody / satire of a certain artist's style. Like, it's spot on. That's what impressed me. There's so much going on here. There's so many pictures. We figured out some things, but not a lot of things. We know that Mark Clementine, aka Crocodile, has at least one daughter. And then I think that might be the only information we have that's not written down. And we have a bunch of evidence to go digging into. And I don't remember what I was looking for at the end of the previous stream. I think stuff like finally locked in at the end of the previous stream, and then we were all set to go jumping into whatever the next rabbit hole was. But if I go to Spider Search and look at my history, the most recent thing I was looking at was the Old Rugged Cross. Ah, yes. And then I filled in Mary Beth Quaker, and that filled everything in. That's where we're at. So, I don't think let's see if I had anything else that I really wanted to go looking for. I guess I'm interested in looking at this still. This does have its own page, so that's cool. And may or may not be related? Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, except for potentially a lawsuit they filed in 1949. Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name. At the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Where did I find this? Notes. Sued by the estate named after its founder, Sterling Edison, who actually would be Sterling Edsel. That's what I am hearing. So if over here we have Sterling Edison, that actually needs to be Edsel. Alright. That's what that's for. Quick, put the purple meteor in it. Yeah, this is very Maniac Mansion. Like, very weirdly Maniac Mansion. Okay, so this is, in fact, relevant to my information in exactly that one way. By the estate of Thomas Edison. New Edison. Right. Right, okay. We looked up Billy Sims, we looked up New Edison, we looked up the Old Rugged Cross, and that's where we got information about Mary Beth's actual maiden name. And I think this is all covered. I think everything about this is covered. I think we can delete this page and start following up on information about Crocodile. You find this mugshot online. It's Mark Clementine, who was arrested for smuggling reptiles into the United States. Yep. Multnomah. Multnomah? Multnomah County Corrections Division. Do we think that's a real place? That's Portland? You're Portland! Anyway, if this is Mark Clementine, then that's great. Alright, tell me about Multnomah County. Multnomah is a county in Portland, Oregon. Great! So if we look up Multnomah in the Portland paragraph... Multnomah County? I thought this was going to be useful. And I'm not convinced that it's actually being useful. It would be everywhere since it's Portland's county name. It says it's in Portland. Is a county in Portland. You mean it's the county that is all of Portland? Just like LA is both a city and a county? That's a lot of county. That's a lot of Multnomah. Alright. Well, great. Do we think we can dig any further into this and get something interesting? We tried Mark Clementine. We tried the... let's see. If I look into the notes... I guess I can look into the history. Because there was here. When Billy Sims, right? Punched by crocodile at a graduation ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage. And I have it in my head that this was his daughter's graduation, although I don't know why I know that. What else is in the history? This? In 1982, he was arrested. Arrested in here it is. In 1994 in San Diego for violating his parole. And then we looked up the school. Not much information about it, though it's mentioned a lot in articles about the Billy Sims incident. And if I could find like a 1994 yearbook for Sandstone Canyon High School, I might be able to get information about Mark's daughter. Washington County and Clackamas County. Those are some county names. I had no idea. It's never felt relevant to me to know the names of any county other than the county I live in. And I think I only know that by accident because I've gotten speeding tickets. So... not particularly worried about about the county names surrounding Portland, Oregon. But thank you. That's definitely information that may or may not become useful. All right. So Mom and sister both live outside Portland now. Ah, that explains why you would have that information. Okay. Yeah, this is not immediately coming together. Although, let's see. He was first arrested in... Not Billy Sims. Here. He was first arrested in 1982. So, sometime before 1982, he married someone, had 2 kids, and then was arrested. And then in 1993, he was trying to visit his daughter's graduation. His daughter's high school graduation. So she presumably would have been 17 there? Probably this one. Probably the oldest kid, but I guess we don't know for sure. All right, I'm not convinced that there is more to dig up in Mark's history, unless there is something obvious that I missed, like the email address that I didn't plug into Spider Search or whatever. What is this? How did I not search this before? A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. Okay, so this is actually a pretty impressive cover story for giving birth to a baby out of wedlock. Apparently she was a rather, okay, wait. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Okay. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. I wonder if there's anything else about this here. No, it just takes me straight back to Mark Crocodile Clementine. Great. Love it. Anything else that I didn't look up and should have? Portland Telegraph. I am bothered by the fact that the Portland Telegraph incidentally shows up in Mark's, rap sheet or whatever. And then I still can't get Joanna's full name out of the Portland Telegraph. Like, it was supposed to be, oh, Portland, that's where she died. I'll look her up, look up her obituary, get her maiden name that way. And then it still doesn't give me that information. They're going to be teasing Joanna's maiden name for the entire scenario, aren't they? That's going to be the literal last piece of information I get, isn't it? This game. All right. Yeah, cool. That's enough to abandon this for now. Let's move on to the company records. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that worked directly for Roottrees or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. This feels important. This feels like an important statement. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing Guy's secretaries. Okay, that's very helpful, actually. And visits overseas. Spider-searching people, just because they are listed in these books, will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Well, thanks. Leadership. President Zach. Special Management, Ernest Madsen. Office Staff, Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. There we go. Robertson. Fine. Just hand it to me, why don't you? $1975. Farm and Manufacturing, Samantha Manson, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow. That's a cool name. Thomas Green, Fred Gleason. These are a lot of names that probably aren't going to be super relevant, huh? At least until we know who else Guy Hudson slept with. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring, and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. 1977, Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. as special management. 1977 also, Patrick Decker was hired. In 76, Eli C. is no longer employed by Roottree. Really? What was his story? What did he do wrong? I guess he started Root? He started Root. Yeah, not Egg Cream. Eli C. is this guy. Egg Cream is the previous generation, one of the 6 pieces. Ernest Madsen is now listed under Product Management. Here's the list of secretaries. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. There we go. In case you weren't sure, here it is explicitly. Carl and Brenda? Did Brenda start it? I know that Carl, yeah. Carl started Root Dot and then took over the presidency afterwards. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So why did Eli C. leave the company? I guess he started his own advertising company? This seems like it's going to be really useful to come back to. But not immediately useful now, since I have been explicitly warned off of trying to spider search every name on the list. This, on the other hand, feels like a big deal. 50-year work anniversary bonus. Wow. Beth Knox working there for 50 years. 50 years, huh? As a secretary. Is this? No. 21 is actually... because she would have been hired in 26, so it's probably not this. But maybe. John Doe. Oh, like literally an unknown spouse. Okay. $50-year work anniversary bonus. Wild. In 1978, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Yep. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. The following changes were recorded. 78, Guy Hudson replaces Zach. 79, Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed. Raffertoons is now listed as office staff? This is the older version. Okay. Oh, no, this is the new version. The Raffertoons site that once had a photo of Clark on it no longer exists. Instead, it redirects to a site for a telephone number called 1010-250, which frustratingly keeps popping up advertisements in new windows every few seconds. You managed to close them, but it sure is annoying. This feels like knowingly walking into danger, but I'm doing it anyway. 1010-250 is apparently a phone number you can dial before making a long-distance call to receive a discount from the telephone company. For the past few months, you've been inundated with ads for it and other services like it. This includes TV spots starring celebrities, radio commercials with parodies of popular songs, and banner ads for it on many different websites. It doesn't seem to be relevant to your search. The Raffertoons domain was likely purchased by a third party when the license expired. Okay. I'll believe you. Raffertoons is listed as office staff? That's very weird. Since it's not a person. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed. Christine Garland leaves. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz are hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays leave. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are hired. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed. Wow, so many people left! They weren't kidding about volatility. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Okay, this one I'm searching. What if I just search for interpreter? Okay, fair enough. Interpreter. Presidential office refurbishment. 5 pieces flavor development caviar. Edward Roottree retirement party. Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball. Travel expenses. Australia, China, France, Brazil. Everyone leaves because what a guy. True. Butterscotch in 79. 4th of July. He likes his parties. Wow. These parties definitely did not exist prior to Guy Hudson taking the helm. I'm sure he did it for morale. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Where was Susan Ford previously? Ah, hired as an interpreter. Douglas Rosenberg leaves. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews are hired, and Edward Morrison leaves. Corinne Schwartz and Beatrice Watts have left. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram are hired. Linda Lewis and Lisa Lewis. 2 different Lewises? That's suspicious. Catherine Garrett was hired. William Sams leaves. Emily Seinfeld is no longer employed, but an Emily Barnes is now listed. Okay, this feels like it's going to be relevant to my interests. Gwyneth Madsen is no longer employed, but a Gwyneth Cattrall is now listed. Well, this is good information here, right? Where are the Madsens? That's here. Yeah, okay. Susan Ford no longer... Yeah, okay, because she shifted to a different one. Strawberry Shigwa? Butterscotch, caviar. Still going. More parties. More parties. Grandorf Dove? Tell me more. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 1923 to 1990 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. Sure. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. Staff is listed on the website. You scan through all the biographies and find that the principal, Ms. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. Tell me more, Ms. Ford. Susan Ford, in fact. Probably. Susan Ford moves to office staff. This is a huge donation to Grandorf Dove. That's incredible. Wow, Susan Ford is a big deal, I guess. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. In 1980, so that might very well be one of these affairs, rather than one of these affairs. That's probably like one of these two, if I had to guess. Fortunately, I don't have to guess. I don't have to do anything. I can do whatever I want. Notes. Susan Ford, 1980. Okay. Do I think I can do anything off of this? Anything else off of this? Yeah, okay. Fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. I wonder who she was hired to interpret for. The number of offspring is ridiculous. Well, I mean... yeah, I guess Guy Hudson doesn't really look like a guy that you could persuade to wrap up. Just think how many problems would have been solved. How much healthier the Clan Said Trust would be if Guy Hudson learned to use a condom. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam left in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Imagine if death hadn't stopped him. I don't want to imagine that. Carl Roottree joins special management. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired after Guy Hudson left. Okay. Secretaries. No secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Worktime Temp. Alright, that's something we're going to have to look for. "40 more years of love, children." No. Oh, thank God Guy Hudson died in 1982. Sugar Plum got canceled. Strawberry got canceled. Tigua got canceled. Butterscotch got canceled. Caviar definitely got canceled. Root clothing reimbursement. $1 million to Carl. Fred Gleason got a 50-year bonus. Good job, Fred Gleason. All right, so let's get a full list of all of these secretaries. All right, secretaries. This is a lot of secretaries. All right, and I guess we're straight into work time temp at this point, aren't we? Worktime Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. The Roottrees Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Worktime Temp and anyone related to your search. Wow. Wow. We really got nothing, huh? So I guess we're down to searching individual names that we think are important. I'm actually really curious about Douglas Rosenberg getting rehired. I want to look at this before we start looking for anything else. Too bad. All right, well, this is useless. Do I think searching for them is going to bring anything up? Probably not. Like, I was deliberately told that searching for them individually is probably not going to do anything and may just cause headaches. Oh, that's right, Anonymom. I forgot about Anonymom. Corinne Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership. All right, well, this is telling me that she is definitely a person that we are going to have to... Corinne Schwartz is definitely on the list. No question in my mind. The ordering is certainly a question, but Corinne Schwartz is absolutely going to be one of these. Fairly confident. When did she leave the company? There we go. Every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified she is not Anonymom. Anonymom was the second high-profile case, after Felix Fellows, of a potential new root tree being added to the Clanset Trust. Instead of claiming herself a root tree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a root tree. The accusation came during the height of root tree mania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. So we should check News Time for Anonymom. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottrie. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the Newstime article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the Five Ps story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clanset Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others, who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after 5Ps, felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. Okay, so we need to start taking notes here. Jane Doe Roottree. Anonymom in News Time. The Roottrie Company felt pressure to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, this doesn't mean that her father and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. Fairly confident that there was an affair here. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anti-climax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottree mania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Roottrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of Six Pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Really? Okay, I guess because they've already been looked into. Should have known there wasn't only going to be 5 affairs. There's probably like 9, 10, 12, 15. How many secretaries? Did he sleep with literally every secretary he hired? And these are just the ones with untested kids? Or kids that were actually Roottrees as opposed to kids that weren't Roottrees? He probably did, in fact, sleep with every single secretary that he hired. That would not surprise me. Alright, let's look up Jane Doe Roottree. This is the same article. Great. Alright, let's look up Anonymom in News Time. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. A summary of the initial cover article has been added to your evidence. Great. I love it when things are added to my evidence. Here we go again? It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymom's daughter was not a Roottree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree, but did not coin the phrase Anonymom, came before all that right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Roottree family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5Ps, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Gross. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after-parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after-parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees Company at the same time as Five Peas' mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. Okay, this is relevant. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottree, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, the reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women, and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. Five Peas' case was strengthened, and this new story was subsequently published. Okay, so somebody who didn't line up with Joanna, right? When did Joanna leave? Almost immediately, right? Joanna Fellows here. Joanna Fellows leaves in 77. So it would have been a 78 or later hire. So it's maybe Beatrice and Corinne, or Lisa. These are all pairs. They're all hired in pairs. So one of these pairs is Anonymom and somebody else who was probably also sleeping with Guy Hudson. And it could be Beatrice. The fact that Anonymom's affair isn't one of the ones listed is a little concerning. Not concerning, but a little like, I don't like it. Back to here. Okay. Oh, and there's plenty of stuff here that I haven't looked at either, right? Did we ever search for the Roottree Rift? It seems like a good thing to do. The other question is, do I think I have anything from this information that I can put in? Do I think I can put this together into something real? It doesn't actually seem like Carl was sleeping with anybody. Right? We have 3 infidelities. And that is exactly Elias, Miracle, and Guy. So if Carl was sleeping with anybody else, more power to him, I guess. But he's not on the list. Unless that's what's in here? That might be what's in here. My God, Guy Hudson had so many kids by people who weren't his wife, and then 0 kids by his actual spouse? My God, dude. Alright, are we looking for more? We're trying to turn these numbers into something real? Grandorf Dove is definitely... We need to find Susan Ford. Spell her name correctly. Just look it up in the history. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. Who do we think is deaf that she was hired to interpret for? In 1980? No, 1980 she switched to office staff. Here. Hired in 79. Switched to office staff in 80. Got the donation. And stays employed? Susan Ford leaves in 82. Okay. So we're looking at... We're definitely looking at this one. I think maybe Beatrice is Anonymom. Confident that Christine Farrow is one of the affairs, as is Corinne, as is Susan Ford, and probably one of these, one of the Lewises, if I had to guess. So my suspicion is 4 more people listed. I guess that could be anything. See, I think Ford is one of them. I think Schwartz is one of them. And I think Schwartz happens before Ford. And then I think one of the Lewises happens after Ford. And I think Christine Garland, I guess Farrow. So this is my guess at the order. Is it's Farrow, Schwartz, Ford, and then one of the Lewises? When were the Lewises let go? Maybe the Lewises happened before Ford? Could have gone either way. But the Ford donation was here. In 1980. In 81. And that could be any of these, honestly. Like, it's so loose. I'm just kind of stuck on Linda and Lisa Lewis because there are 2 people with the Lewis last name. And then there's all this other stuff that's, like, maybe relevant? The Chinese word for watermelon. Cool. All right. All right. have I looked up Roottrees Mania? I haven't looked up Roottrees Mania, and I don't think I've looked up the Roottrees Rift either. I'm presumably have looked up Clark. Yeah, I've been to this page. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottrees. Okay, so we've been through this cycle also. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test proved her daughter was not a Roottrees. Alright, let's look up Roottrees Mania. Roottrees Mania immediately followed the announcement that a rapper going by 5Ps was actually a Roottrees. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottrees family and 5Ps for a few weeks, before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the 5Ps saga, an underlying through line to how pop culture treated Roottrees Mania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were also Roottrees. Daytime talk shows had "I'm a secret Roottrees" episodes. Late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Roottrees. Okay, we have to find out whether or not we are a secret Roottrees, so that we can get an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving us the finger. That sounds like a thing I'm going to want. When you submitted your name, it simply said no, with an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving you the finger. Roottrees Mania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottrees-related media. This included Lauren's diaries, VHS releases of Gwyn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seemed to attempt to capitalize on the Roottrees sisters Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of "I'm a secret Roottrees" became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them ironically. Really? Why can't I get to the secret Roottrees page? Roottrees website. Damn it! I want an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving me the finger! Daytime talk shows. Can I just spider search daytime talk shows? Probably not. Re-release of Lauren's diaries. VHS releases of Gwyn's old movies. Does this get me anything? No. Wow, this is not giving me anything useful, is it? They better give me this image at some point. I will be extremely disappointed if we never stumble across an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving me the finger. Alright, let's try the Roottrees Rift. The 3 press releases from the Roottrees Candy Company after the release of 6 pieces were referred to as the Roottrees Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottrees Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book, and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later, and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. I need to look up Ron Roottrees, actually. Not here. Oh. Guess I'll save that note here. Also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clanstead Trust's terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely, and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay. Aw. Gwyn died? That's sad. Ron was announced as president of Roottree during the Roottree Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling of basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch! That's a thing to do. Ron has also done some interviews saying that the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Indeed, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. Okay. Three weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwyn, died in Paris, France. He and his brother, Robbie, have seemingly made amends. All right, let's take a look at Ron in Business Watch. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottree Rift about what really happened with Roottree. The article mentions that nobody from Roottree that I reached out to was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. Ooh, anonymous source! The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottree died, but before the release of Six Pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions, and because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clanstead Trust to remove Robbie Roottree. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When Six Pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight, and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clanstead Trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Alright, that checks out. It doesn't give me any new information. I mean, it does give me some new information, but it doesn't give me any leads. But it is new information, and that is helpful. Alright, what's up with Gwyn? Died in Paris, France about 3 weeks ago after leaving Hollywood. She made no effort to stay in the limelight, and most obituaries tend to focus on her largest role, guys like us. Not much is known about her death, except it was announced that she died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden, severe case of pneumonia. That's suspicious. Before that, she'd apparently been in relatively good health, according to her friends and family in Paris. She was 67. Alright, what about Robbie? I might have meant Roottree, yes. Released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. Assault? His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in Six Pieces, and have since become much more publicly infamous. He has not yet returned to the United States, but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together caring for her in mourning, have finally made amends. It It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private. Addiction, huh? Not helpful. Robbie's been a bad boy? True. Robbie's been a mess. Okay. I guess we could go back to 6 pieces. See if there's anything interesting that I can jump off of from there. For a second, I misread that, Inkling. I thought you said, but he didn't get hit by a crocodile. And I was like, who's hitting people with crocodiles? But no, didn't get bit by a crocodile, which, you know, is a point in his favor. Wow, I'm just really not finding any ins on the rest of this. Kind of impressive, actually. Do we think this will have anything about Multnomah County Jail? Nope. Okay. Yeah, the picture doesn't have any, This apparently still has a connecting piece. But maybe that's Joanne's last name that we got out of here. Reminders. I guess we could look up the diaries, since the diaries got a re-release also. In the wake of 6 Pieces' release, Lauren Roottree, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. Memory care? That's not a phrase I've run into before. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. Which publication do you think they posted this photo in? Why do I always put so many E's? This is old. Okay. What about Clark Rafferty LaRue? Nope. Did I spell it right? Is he in Business Watch? Ruby Spratt. This is a new page. Clark Rafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises. Were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clancy Trust. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometimes in late March after the Roottree Rift, but well before Roottree Mania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible. After looking over the Clancy Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the clan said trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust, and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships, that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Scholarships, eh? Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. The website for a magazine... Okay, she was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. What magazine do you suppose that might be? Because, like, I want to look up the article about Ruby. Probably. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mideastern University. There, she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland. It always comes back to Portland, doesn't it? With a rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Jeez. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Okay, what if I put in her full name? Ruby Spratt was featured in the Portland Telegraph when she was in high school in an article called Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System. According to the article, Ruby Spratt grew up in the foster care system, was apparently the valedictorian of her school, and was as a Girl Scout who, at the time of the article, was earning her Gold Award. This required a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck, and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain have committed to matching any of the donations that successfully land on the targets. Neat! It's there a lot in the game, since we know the dev has no actual connection to Butler County, Pennsylvania. This seems the next most likely option. Yeah, the dev does like to talk about themselves. That is a true statement. Alright, what is the name of her legal company? Ruby Legal Enterprises. The name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottrees Candy Company, named after its head lawyer. Can't find much about the company from before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of Six Pieces and the revelation that the Roottrees' internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. Now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottrees company. Recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez, who? Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel. Okay, I guess the whole thing. Did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. Biography of Van Gogh, known for her non-fiction, appeared in a magazine called Pico Tea. There it is! A thing that's relevant! With an article about a book she'd been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson, the magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. A category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Oh my god, give me the periodical! Are you kidding me? Thank you! Picot Magazine is a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences, and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any time. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye Images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Yeah, alright, that checks out. Picot gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Picot ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. That particular issue, the Big Sass Seabass issue, was pulled from shelves. It's now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottree company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Picot had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies, and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Uh-oh. Missing pages. 8? Holy. Passelbub. Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Plus this utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. This was the issue of Picot magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. The utensil is a machete. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist. Pulled from the shelves, found in the periodical search that the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless. Unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Alright, well, let's just spider search it then. Big Sass Sea Bass is a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button and speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration. That's a mouthful. But the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Instead, what the advertisements say set Big Sass Sea Bass apart from its competitors is a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this big sassy bass. The words reeling, oceans, and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Recently, it appeared on the cover of a Picot magazine in the same issue that a Roottree-related article appeared. The issue was removed from stores after the Roottrees sued the magazine. The issue has become a collector's item and ripe for conspiracy theories about what the Roottrees were trying to keep from the people. Okay. We can look for... Let's see... Control C. Does this help? What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story, true? About a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? What if indeed? Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. I don't suppose this will be enough. Yeah, alright, I didn't think so. Have I not looked up Guy Hudson yet? During Roottrees Mania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash he was drunk or impaired in some way. But the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play, and that no party had taken place. Roottrees' lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. I know I've run this search before, but maybe if I look for Guy? This is out of date. Okay, too bad. He and his wife had no children. He and his wife had no children. But Guy, on his own, definitely had some children. Well, I keep finding bits of information that are new and don't lead me towards anything resembling, like, family tree info. Alright, what is this new periodical that I found? Recent supermarket tabloid that latches onto pop culture. Is Guy Hudson in there? I think this is the same page I found before. A picture is being painted, though. Oh, absolutely, yeah. What else do I think they might have? What else might I want to look up here? Too bad. Mid-Eastern University. A notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, though they are not known for their sports program as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as a Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and Herald. You can't just call it the Hedera Herald? Like, that at least rolls off the tongue. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still-functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Herald each year. Cool! Excuse me. I had enough time to dig for a tissue, and not enough time to also mute the mic. Class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Let's see. We went to here. Wonder if I can find her company here. Nope. Okay. Was earning her gold award. The Fountain of Youths, also known as Foster Fountain, is a fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds from change thrown into the fountain are donated to the foster care system. A website for Portland's Parks and Recreation mentions under a trivia section that the Fountain of Youths was originally conceived by Ruby Spratt, an alumni of the foster care system. As more businesses signed on as sponsors and grew in scope, even beyond Spratt's original hopes. The fountain is unique because it has special targets that visitors can aim their coins toward. If a coin lands in one of these targets, each one of the sponsored businesses matches it. This isn't a huge amount of money from each business, but more than 100 businesses have agreed to participate, so each penny becomes $1. Alumna? Oh, is alumnus male? I guess alumnus is a male word, so alumna for female. Man, not used to gendered words outside of Hebrew. Well, this is a new webpage, but it's not giving me any real additional information. Fountain of Youths. Which is the same thing here, but if we go to here, can we find... We find an article about the dedication ceremony. I'm going really deep on Ruby Spratt, and I don't know why. Just because it's a person I haven't seen before that's come up in searches, and the game has given me her name. So it's like, this must be relevant somehow. You find an article about the dedication ceremony for the local Portland landmark called the Fountain of Youths. Apparently at the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech, and there were performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from the people most instrumental in bringing the fountain into fruition. The article calls out that all of the performers and speakers, with the exception of the mayor, were foster care alumni. Here's an appropriate use of alumni. And most of them grew up together as close friends. This includes poets, musicians, and dancers. Dirte Davy was listed as one of the musicians. It's all come full circle! So, was Ruby friends with Dave Fellows? Maybe? Is this helpful? The game hasn't forced us to stop yet. True. I'm pretty sure I tried to do this before. Okay. Yeah, I remember doing this. Do we think Ruby Spratt's gonna be in news time, actually? Briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby and Pico T magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. Pico T apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one just in case it could be worth something someday. An expert legal analyst from News Times states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Pico T likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Oh, this is a page that I have already seen, apparently. Now we are actually going in circles. Yeah, I'm kind of more interested in Cicely Sanchez, and that hasn't led to anything yet. She's written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh. But a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. How do we find these pictures? Found Cicely in Pico T. If I look for Guy Hudson, I get the same thing. Yeah, same page. This has an 8 here. Like, this is gonna be so important. Once I find the actual missing pages. So how do I find them? Where else can I go here? New system coming fall 1999. Too bad. Darkness in the human sight. Did I try adding the fish's picture? I don't think I did. It turns out Guy Hudson has not slept with the big sass sea bass. Which would be the most likely case. Fish is one of the infidelities. Yeah, right? I want to find out more about the book that she'd been commissioned to write. Too many things. Issued a cease and desist by the Roottrees lawyers. Can I use that? Assume Guy did some things to that fish. I mean, probably. Guy certainly didn't let anything stop him from doing things to almost everybody else. So this is an updated page, which is good. Entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company, as well as their sister clothing company. Nearly every root tree can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. After the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clancy Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie. It seems that those who wrote the trust, C.E. Roottrees, at the direction of Elias, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details in an attempt to keep Sam and her father in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it didn't go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. The inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party. Okay, so I could have gotten here from here. Great. This ensures that the financial motivations of root tree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new root trees. Some family members don't want to answer questions. Yeah, okay. What else has an updated page that I may not have hit yet? We got our updated page for Gwyn. Right? I think I've been here. Yeah. Yeah, I probably did, in fact, mean root tree. Thank you. All right. This is probably unchanged. Oh, apparently not. When revisiting Lauren's book, there's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. You've added it to the rest of your evidence. Well, this is a big deal. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1963. It focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? Spoken like someone who's ace. I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. We're talking about Clancy Edward and Sarah Cosell? Is the implication then that this is Clancy Edward? 1921. Jeez, no, that's way early. Because this was written. So when was Lauren Roottree born? Right? If this happened in 1908, Roottree Candy Company was founded in 1908, but we don't know. This still feels like 1921. This is the right right time period for Elias. But he'd be old at that point, huh? He'd be pretty old. And that would be like 13 years into their marriage? Not that old. Assuming they were married around the same time. And I feel like they were married around the same time that the candy company was founded. But I could be wrong. God, what else do I know? I know that Clark Rafferty, Gwyn died at 67. So Gwyn was born in 31. I guess Lauren could have been born in like 22 or 23? Which, okay. This could be 1921. That could have happened. I guess that could be... Yeah, alright. It's not impossible that this is a Clancy Edward infidelity instead of an Elias infidelity. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with her cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family sayings. Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. Oh. Wow. That's... You gotta be a real asshole to make that joke. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Okay. I guess that implies, based on the timing, that it could be Elias Jr.'s infidelity, since Elias Jr. would be older than Clancy Edward. But it's not an infidelity, is it? Because Elias Jr. married Christensen. No, married... Yeah, Elias married Pat, and then Pat left. No, Elias slept with Pat, then Pat left, and then they married way, way, way later. So if it's from Elias, it's not an infidelity. It wouldn't have been outside of wedlock. I mean, it would have been outside of wedlock, but it wouldn't have been outside of an actual, like, marriage commitment. It still feels like it's probably present in Elias, but I could be wrong. So now I have this article, and I have nothing to show for it? Written in 1963. So Okinawa would have been 40 years ago. Would have been 1943. Yep. So many of my girlfriend's husbands have been unfaithful. Who's in 45, thinks she was just rounding up. Yeah, it's fair. Never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. It's possible. But my intuition says there's something here. Not positive what? I don't suppose this will get me anywhere. All right, back to Grandorf Dove then. Maybe the Butler County Times has something about Grandorf Dove? Grandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. The Butler County Times archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched into the last mentioned in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Hudson Wing? Oh, it's got its own page. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, first built in '82. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller, independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the assistance of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first it only operated on weekends, but since then it had added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Alright, this is great. Confident that Susan Ford is in fact one of the infidelities. But which one? Not this one, because Susan Ford has a husband. And almost assuredly not this one. So one of these two? And given that Susan Ford... Hold. My suspicion is that Susan Ford is the 4th one, not the 5th one. But I'm not positive about that. The donation was in 81. Which is almost assuredly hush money at that point. Susan Ford leaves in 82. Maybe it is the last one. So that would put this as Susan Ford. This would be Thomas Hughes. And this would be teacher. Excuse me? Teacher is not an option? Education? Huh? There's principal and professor, but none of those are teacher. I don't think she would be a professor. Right? Like, that's not what it says. Of an employee of Roottrees at the time. Became the first teacher at the new campus. Coincidentally, a former student at the school. Married the school's newest teacher. Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes in the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Okay, what about Susan Ford? No. Okay. Do I think this is going to take me anywhere? An employee of Roottrees at the time. We tried searching for Thomas Hughes, I assume? Going to assume I've done that? Yeah. I mean, I see the picture this paints, but there's not quite enough identifying information for me to be solid about whether it is 4th or 5th. And oh, maybe it's explicit about their children? Because it says one kid, right? In here, it mentions one child. Not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. 2 kids. Okay. Confident about this, then. I have decided I am confident here. I don't know where Susan Ford has ended up. Nor do I have any information about her. Like, I don't have a picture or anything. Go back to here. Staff is listed on the website. Oh, she is a principal now. Okay. Okay. I still don't have a picture, but she is currently the principal. So that's helpful. Do we think Hudson Wing has its own? This is the same page. Okay. Where do I find a picture of her? Where do I find anything that she's doing these days? Where do I find her kids? Current pregnancy in 82. So that kid is going to be like 17 at this point. One of these two, probably this one. Roottrees Mania moves a lot slower. Or maybe I just haven't found the right hooks yet, and it'll all come together really, really quickly once I actually find my way into something that, like, leads to something major. That's also pretty likely. Or am I going to find a picture of her? Where am I going to find a picture of anybody? I am missing so many pictures. That's all locked in. Do we know anything about this Anonymous? It starts a lot broader. I don't know the 5 pieces to work down from. That's true. I bet you I can find this exact picture just unpixelated. But I don't know where to look for it. Also, it doesn't seem like there's going to be, like, this is not highlighted as having anything, right? So presumably there's nothing here in this text that's going to lead me to anything relevant other than, like, details about... paid her a significant amount of hush money. So this is consistent, I think. Once someone gets pregnant, they get paid a lot of money. I mean, I could keep looking up names here and see if any of them get me anywhere. But, like, pretty likely that none of them will get me anywhere. One of them did. I think by accident. Yeah, so this implication, because of, like, this information, is it heavily implies that Corinne Schwartz, that Beatrice Watts is probably a non-imam. In Pennsylvania, in Butler County? Corinne Schwartz resides in Pennsylvania, though it appears she lives beyond the Butler County limits. After she was named in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work. Really? In a national tabloid? The article explains that it's impossible for her to be a non-mom because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. A different national tabloid? How many national tabloids do we have? Nope, not that national tabloid. Pargnet? Brigante? Why isn't she in Pico Tea? Also, why don't you tell me what the national tabloid was? You jerks. But maybe some of the other ladies can be looked up here? So what about Beatrice? No. Okay. Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant, and it has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. 1978, so 1977. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open up their new restaurant. Okay. Large number of Antonelli's restaurants. Not because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. You may need to use a more local resource if you're looking for one specific one. Okay. So something is supposed to lead me to Antonelli's that's not this? I wonder what that would be. I guess we're looking for Steve Garland, who may be a restaurant owner in Boston. I don't have anything about Boston, do I? The spider search does not include the time-shifted equivalent of Yelp. Too bad. All right. Bun in the oven in 78 actually implies that this is this affair. Restaurateur? Business owner? Chef? Could be chef. Steve? Okay, yes, probably Steven Garland. I guess if I ever lock in anything else, the spouses will determine whether or not I'm right about the locations of any of these. So that's kind of a little bit metagamey. Man, would be nice to have pictures. Would be real nice. I guess I would like to find a Boston local newsletter, wouldn't I? Steve was also a chef at Antonelli's. Oh, I looked for Steve Garland. And it might have been Stephen Garland. Damn it! I was really thinking that was going to work. Food reviews? Probably not. All right. What were Lauren's other books? Republished 93 and 99. Yep. What else did she write? Romance in Court. The Court Jester series. Hasn't been updated in 8 months. Okay. Turn to Court. And New Romance in Court. Also not updated. About the author blurb mentions she had inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. We think we'll get anything out of that? Professor Clancy? Maybe. Was it Clancy Jr.? I think it was Clancy Jr., actually. Okay. Professor. All right. Fine. Delivered produce from her mother's farm. Secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. So, farmer? Moved to Boston and opened their own restaurant. Do I think I can find them in Boston? Who's this idiot? Nothing relevant. Sure. A chef at Antonelli's. Is there a way to get any direct information from here? Is there a way to get anything that, like, pulls me to another location? Any connect? It feels like there's gotta be something. I gotta be missing something so huge right now. It is wild how slowly this is coming together. really reaching here. Does Pico T have anything about Roottrees Mania? Or the Roottrees... Hang on, with another T in there. Rift? Or Secret Roottrees? Am I a Roottrees? Damn it! Give me the picture of Clark flipping me off! Sure. Yes, I have already read this. I mean, if it's in my history, presumably I've already read it. What else? What else? What else? What else? There could be something else worth looking up that's just updated that I hadn't seen yet. Yeah, we got Stephanie's whole, like, piece of the family tree here already. So that's great. All right. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. It really feels like there's a bunch of stuff that's like, okay, this is information that I already knew, but if I search it up, there's going to be new stuff there. And I like have to go over all of the old stuff and search all of the previous websites to see the updated versions of it. Oh, that's a lot of digging. We left Pennsylvania, moved back home to Virginia. I lived there with Pete, my stepdad. Spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me. Now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't close. I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid. I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember, what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. Oh, that's weird. Weird and loose. I know Ernie... How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I know Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website. And he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website won't take it down. You spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. Alright. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Alright, give me the new information, please. Please. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate they kept for visitors and tours. Alright, so it's a picture of him, his father, Guy Hudson, Chris Rafferty. All right, great. And one of these four. Who do we think this is? Okay. Where's that webpage? Show me that webpage. When I was 5. How old is this guy? When I was 5. I need to know what year this is. Once I know what year this is, this should narrow this down. What information did I have previously about this dude? From Jane? Maybe from Jane? Copyright 1997. 75. Chris Raff, 75. All right, so that's 1980. That's 1980. Which means what? It's one of the more recent ones. My guess is number 3. But that's by no means guaranteed. It's got the ads in the background. I love that. Oh, and this picture too. What is this? Is that supposed to be a flower? Look at this shamrock-looking smug jerk. This actually has a pretty strong potential to be the girl that we just looked up, Christine. You steal his Lucky Charms? Absolutely do it. I think that's probably Christine Farrow, actually. Because of the farm connection. I'm not positive about it. Also, I'm pretty sure she's not a chef, but I gotta find out what they're doing at their new restaurant. But okay, yeah, let's just put it here for now. Because I am decently confident. Decently confident. Where am I gonna find pictures of Susan Ford? I guess she's Susan Hughes now, right? So if I look up Susan Hughes... No, the principal is listed as Ms. Ford. Interesting. So does that mean they split up? Yeah, they did in fact split up. But both of these are going to be Hughes kids. both of these kids were from the marriage when she was Mrs. Hughes. So there's much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. Interesting. Renamed in 1990. It's not immediately helpful. Staff is listed on the website. Over 15 years. So 84-ish? No, but she's been working there for their longer. She's been working there since 82, we believe. 17 is over 15 years, so I guess that's accurate. Separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus. She became the first teacher at the new campus. Okay, so she was hired in exactly 82. Does this help? Does this get me anywhere? I guess when she leaves the Roottrees Candy Company, she switches to being a teacher here. Although the money was secured in 81, that's when the money was delivered. Maybe there's some other, like, weird donations I can follow up on. Zach Morden's retirement party. Beth Knox has a 50-year work anniversary bonus. And here's where presidential office refurbishment. Edward Roottree gets a retirement party. Travel expenses to a lot of places. No travel expenses in 80 to 81, though. And then it's just the normal business expenses and party expenses. No weird donations. Here, business expenses, party expenses, business expenses, party expenses, and the Grandorf Dove donation. And here, business expenses, party expenses, Root.clothing reimbursement. Yeah, buying out the company from Carl. Because it's doing well. And then Fred Gleason gets a 50-year anniversary. All right, well, we got a decent chunk of success just looking up random names. So I guess let's finish looking up random names. These are all the previous secretaries, so probably not going to be anything here. We did find Christine Garland. We think we found Corinne. So let's keep going with the rest of them. No luck. Okay. Kind of impressed that any of them actually showed up at all, given the warning they gave me at the start of it. But I think I kind of backdoored into it rather than finding it the way I was supposed to. Kind of ran into a wall on Cicely Sanchez, and I feel like that's maybe my next goal. Man, the longer this goes on, the more I feel like I'm just completely missing an obvious next step, and I don't know how to go back to it to find it again. I did say that I wanted to go through all of the, like, previous pages and see if something new came up, since something new came up on a bunch of them. So I guess let's go back to that. This is a new page, okay. The previous flyer has been replaced. Be a part of history. The oldest living root tree reprises and retells his incredible true story. Fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Long and fruitful life, now in his 70s. Consider this your last chance to see him in a town near you before he settles back down in Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history, discuss his family's saints and sinners, and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in and mentions that tickets can be purchased through the local services. Noticeably absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. Yep, that checks out. Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers that mentioned that they didn't spend a lot of time near or around the candy company anymore, so they couldn't really comment on any recent news. A Best Of album did get released to CD during Roottrees Mania, and while neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near the estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim has stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine, and there have never been any rumors about infidelity about either of them. Oh, well, great. Happy to hear it. Lauren's 2 diaries. Surely I've already looked at this. Yeah, this is the same. I don't think there is much point in looking this up again. There is no volume 3. I've already looked at this, right? Yes, I've definitely already looked at this. Indecisionitis. What is this? Indecisionitis was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for JIT Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottrees Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after their bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen and references the recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker. Then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. The doctor then recommends JIT Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, "When I can't make my tough decisions, I've gotta get oh, I get the joke. I've gotta get my JIT together." The final testimonial included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer, saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my JIT together." Okay. Do I think this will get me anywhere? No, same page. All right. Cool. Fallout from the book. Why have I not looked up this book in public library? You'd think I would have done this forever ago. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's fathers Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You helped verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your search. These sections have been added to your notes. Thank God. Oh, it's the guy! Sam's book has a few different wow. Sam's... Oh boy. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968, after the death of Elias, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson. Oh, here we go. Who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Yeah, reign is a pretty strong word there. That was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter, who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant... Yo, that's where Antonelli's is supposed to get to. Okay. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. A caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, we gotta come back to here, but let's finish tracking all of this down. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth Farrow. Okay, yes. All right, so that checks out. That is Catherine Farrow. All right, good. Good. My instincts were right that was a thing. Elizabeth Farrow, daughter Catherine Farrow, worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Okay, this doesn't... This confirms things that I already knew, but I already knew it because I found it bass-ackwards instead of looking for Antonelli's the right way. That's fine. I think... Well, at least I have conclusive proof that there was something that I was missing that was, in fact, supposed to lead me to a thing. Alright, alright. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Yup. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she had no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Would that be Beth Knox? All right. Who, as of recently, was still a secretary. This makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. Okay, great. And then there's this business. I mean, this isn't going to get me anything, but factory in Brazil. Roottrees factory? In Brazil? Guy Hudson. What do you mean his name isn't Hudson? Have I not seen this page before? I think I haven't seen this page before. Jeez. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Oh no, I've definitely read this page before. Okay. Well, I don't really need to look up Antonelli's anymore, since we've got this figured out. But we might be able to figure out more about the timeline. Because the travel expenses are in 79. Which actually puts it at decent odds that Christine Farrow is over here. Oh, that might actually be this. What is Christine Farrow's timeline? How well does this come together? Christine Farrow is hired in 76. becomes Garland in 77, which is when she marries the dude that she met. Okay, so this is a infidelity in 77 then. So yeah, Christine is definitely... I am fairly confident that this is Christine. This is going to be somebody in Brazil. This is going to be... God, who did I think? Lewis? There's actually a lot of information about Corinne Schwartz. But, like, it is very confident that she is not one of the people involved. So that makes me think that Beatrice Watts is likely to be involved because hired at the same time. But it's gotta be one of the late 79 or 80s. So it's probably one of these four is the last one. I say last one. I still don't know anything about whoever this person is. But maybe somebody in one of the business trips. Which seems like they were mostly about giving the business. Alright, so this I have mostly nailed down, although I haven't figured out the pictures yet. Which maybe means I'm still missing something. It closed in 92. Okay. That doesn't help. They reconnected by chance. Yep. Yep, now I know what that means. She delivered produce from her mother's farm. What if I look up her mother? One of Sam's farm supervisors. All right. Do any of these other names look relevant Fred Gleason also got a 50-year. Two crosses in product management. Cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Yeah. That's fair. Which are all in 79. Yeah. Okay. I am pretty confident about this. I'm also, like, relatively confident about her, but I guess not 100%. 1980. When did she leave the... When did Christine Garland leave? Christine Garland is no longer working for the company in 78. Okay, so this can't be Christine. Which means it's one of these two. Susan Ford is definitely working at the company in 1980. Susan Ford doesn't leave until 82. So it could be Susan. It could also be whoever this mysterious person is. Oh, I can't even say unknown female anymore. Okay. Where's that picture? Here. What does this symbol mean? Mugshot is great. You really like it, huh? Like, it looks like a flower, which is why I kind of thought maybe it was Christine and related to farm stuff. But I don't know if it's recognizable as something. Something to think about more later. All right. Back to, this is incredible to me still that I haven't tracked anything down from this either. I so need to figure out more stuff about Sicily, and it's not, that kind of is dead-ended as well. Heck was her name? Cicely Sanchez. I think it's the art style of the game. It's like he's clean but unclean. Oh, yeah. I get it. I get it. Like, the art is fairly clean as far as art goes, but the depiction is, you know, supposed to be very clearly, like, dirty and strung out, and yeah. Have I been on this page? Might have. Yes, I think I have been on this page. This is the same lawsuit. This might even be where I found Cicely's name. No, this was close to the end. This was one of the more recent things that I found. collector's item. Do I need to find, like, magazine collector? Yeah, okay. They did say that there was an auction that nobody bid on. Oh, where did they say there was an auction that nobody bid on? It wasn't here. It wasn't here. Probably wasn't here. I don't think it was Ruby. Maybe it was. Maybe here? What's this here? There's an older version of this? Illegal enterprises, really? The Clanset Trust page, okay. Here? You find a recently finished online auction. Especially amongst conspiracy theorists. Does that mean we should go check out the Roottrees Curse again? Eight months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottrees news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottrees deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the "guys not dead" theory. Wow, hate that. In his own words, "My eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense." One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge, Gwyn Roottrees' death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another's about the rapper 5Ps. He can't possibly be a Roottrees. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the Devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. The Devil name? Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. Incredible. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottrees' book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness, and is working on figuring out what it means. It's just math. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Sure. Same page. All right, what is the guy's not dead theory? Oh boy, here we go. The guy's not dead conspiracy stems from, oh my god. That's a lot of printouts. The guy's not dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have, supposedly, hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in favor of consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Pico Tea. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. You add them to your evidence. Thank God. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Pico Tea. The issue of Pico Tea magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. Pico Tea does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottree Company for use in her book. In the background of the photo, hello, there is a Christmas tree. Oh, she does not look happy to be there. Jesus, this photo. Guy Hudson, stop being gross challenge. Impossible. This is her husband, I guess? Guy's photos are getting creepier. Yeah. Actually, if this is at one of Guy's parties, there is decent odds that this is, Christine and Steve. Timeline. This is a Christmas party. Not that I know exactly when things happened. I mostly just have years. In 77, she's listed as Christine Garland. There's no party in 76, though. In 76 or 77. So this is probably not Christine, actually. This has got to be here. I mean, slight metagaming, pictures of spouses. But yeah, it's got to be here. Whoever this is. And I'm still not confident that I know who this is going to be. But if we're looking at Christmas Tree Bash, there's one in 78. 1 in 80 and 1 in 81. 78, 80, and 81. Okay. And who do we think the girl in the background is? So this is probably either 80 or 81. And there's almost assuredly more information to be gained there. Eco T photo. Does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottrees Company for use in her book. That's Zach. Which means this is early. Well, maybe there's more information in the article. Why are there two things here when there's only... Oh, okay. This is two different things. Page 1 and page 2. This is an interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author, hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah. I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man. Did we look this up? Really? Really? All right. Looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. They booked the book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop, snip snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. Gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women, but he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond, trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers? Really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor. But Elias Roottree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottrees Legacy, with Elias on the cover. Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy was a very poorly received book about Elias Roottree. Very few copies of the original, published in 1920, but it was recently republished by the same publishing company that printed Lauren's Diary for schools. Seems they wished to capitalize on Roottrees mania. It did not work. Excellent. Back at it. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. And remember Fancy Flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors. So that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottrees Brazil factory. Whoa, these guys! I tried to find this I tried like 3 different searches to try and find this stupid thing. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish 1 copy of a book? It had my name on it, in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count, and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. We all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. From our trips overseas. So this is Susie? Presumably another Susan. Different from Susan Ford. Anyways, he died soon after. That was the last that ever came. Oh, soon after. Okay. No, that's probably this Susan then. Back to unknown. His mistress. As if he only had one. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China, too. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin, he and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Okay. Robin. Love it. Getting pieces of additional information. Madsen got things wrong? Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Okay. Alright, you know what? I have a little bit more respect? Probably not respect for Guy. But this definitely changes the situation, right? Patricia is not this, you know, unassuming patsy who doesn't know what her husband is up to. Patricia is as done with her husband as her husband is with her, and out to get some strange, just like Guy was. Alright, great. It sounds like it was consensual, at least. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage, and at the same time could bed any women that found him charming. I can assure you, that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Yeah, that checks out. Family man. What? This picture again? Oh, it's finally a picture for Elias. Great. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Alright. Business Watch? Do we need to look up the... I still need to look this up. Root tree everywhere. Oh, this is going to be a lot. Okay, great. I need to remember to come back to this. But I also need to look up Elias Root Tree. Roottrees Brazil is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative near the beginning of '79. Unlike some of the other Roottrees Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavored 5-pieces were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early '79. The factory was controversial. Put this here. Great. As locals didn't want it there, the Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. In '79. That's why '79 didn't have a Christmas party. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Borgo in 1982. Okay. And the second was an unsuccessful strike in '95 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brasil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists, not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay, what about Roottrees Australia? Roottrees Aus is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. Was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in the summer '79. According to a history website, Roottrees Aus, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottrees Candy Company at the time. Martin, huh? Impressed the American leadership. Roottrees Aus did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in '92 after the death of Martin, and Roottrees Aus now serves as an importer and distributor. Owned a company that manufactured licorice. Martin's Licorice Bullets. Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in '79, he helped to develop Roottrees Are Dead, used his own wealth to build a new factory. They distributed the maple treats through the same methods he'd already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrie company in the US. Much like how the Clanstead Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrie company evenly to the Roottrie family, the profits of the Roottrie Oss would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrie company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible. Especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 90s, Roottrie candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and the sales suffered immensely. Charles's vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia, where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to make sure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous, and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said, "Satisfied Partner." I wanted to see the shirt! Besides the jokes about Robin's eggs, there's a lot of jokes about the band U2, for whatever reason. Okay. She's probably in Business Watch, actually. Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in '92, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted her to an almost unimaginable level of wealth. The writer at Business Watch who was assigned to report on this news seems to disapprove of this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division, as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and a lack of traditional values. But who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. Robin apparently has a kid? Where is independently wealthy on this list? Because, like, I don't think she has a job, nor does she need a job. Media mogul? Probably not. I guess her last job was CEO. Nope. That's back to the Charles Martin page. All right. Do we think Pico T could have information about Robin Martin? News Time, maybe? Teen Blast? Seems unlikely. No pictures yet. Yeah, okay. That doesn't get me anywhere. That's back to Brazil stuff. We'll come back to that just in case there's something worth digging into. But I really want to find a picture of Robin. Where is my image search? Sold both businesses at first opportunity. Top 100 wealthiest women in the world. What if I look this? Okay, great. Owns a private island off the coast of Australia, where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. Maybe this isn't Robin then? Like, presumably an infidelity with Robin Martin would only matter if there was a child. And these articles seem to imply that Robin got her tubes tied mid-70s, which is before any of this would have happened. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said simply, "Satisfied Partner" on it. Alright, maybe this also has something on Charles? Business Watch mostly focuses on American businesses, but the expansion of Roottrees into Australia did create a bit of a blip in 1978. It mentions that Charles Martin met with the legal and leadership teams from Roottrees in late 77. They came to an agreement and broke ground on a new factory in early 78. The Roottrees Company statement, said to come directly from the president, was brief and a bit awkward. Roottrees is excited to begin a new adventure down under. We're extremely impressed with Charles Martin and feel like this expansion heralds a new era for Roottrees that will last for years to come. Roottrees is founded on family. Charles's family has also impressed us, especially his daughter, Robin. My god, this guy. We know she'll continue to steer the ship just as Elias Roottrees' family continues to do so here in the USA. Yeah, sorting out the relevant from the irrelevant infidelities is also a trip. Nothing in news time. Nothing in Pico T. And there's no way there's anything in Teen Blast, but... maybe Charles Martin made news time? Nope. Too bad. Where do I find a picture of her? Now that I have done all of this, where do I find any more information about them? Owned a company that manufactured licorice. Roottrees Aus now serves as an importer and distributor. Tried looking this up, and that took us back to the same page. This is this page. Come on, Robin. Private island off the coast of Australia. Man. Alright. Let's try, China was one of them? China Roottrees is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in '79. During the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottrees Candy Company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who is said to personally win over the Roottrees family, and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu, took control upon his death in 86. Okay. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Xinyu. Lang Xinyu in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is her last name, is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister, Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992, after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as, someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Is this statement suspicious to anybody else? Her sister having a child through IVF? No husband to speak of? There's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. A photo of Lang Xinyu from a recent article about the growth of female entrepreneurs in China. Well, I got a picture of her. So, sorry, Robin Martin. I guess it's possible that this is the sister instead, which, based on this list, is probably Xin Yao. Let's see if we can find her in periodicals. Searching for Lang Xinyu separately brings up much fewer results than Lang Tai. Oh right, Lang Tai is the name of the business. The fish is the father. Lang Xinyu was even featured in Business Watch in '92, missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentioned some of her history. Born in '47, the first of two children, her mother was already in her 30s, had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This was Xinyu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. This is how Xinyu became involved. Her father stayed the president of Lang Tai for a very long time, and his two daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, Xinyu, the other in the USA. Neither were given any official titles. When he died due to societal dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew this could be a problem. His brother, Xinyu's uncle, was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Xinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Xinyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. So there's also Lang Tai is the name of the business? This makes the search results not particularly helpful. When you sort to find the oldest articles, however, one of the earliest mentions, from 79, stands out as very unusual because it doesn't involve Lang Tai's business. The article details a new at the time medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 78, it seemed the industry began to grow. And a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. At the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his younger daughter, Lang Xinyao, and her husband could not have children. So in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Chi Genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost for this was apparently 380,000 won, or just over 100,000 USD. Okay, I see. And by IVF, we mean Guy Hudson. Okay. Implanted in his older daughter. Yes. Yeah. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Guy VF. Oh my god. Buddy. If you weren't giving me bits for that, you'd be in trouble. We should look up Lang Tai here, though. You come across a website for the Lang Tai Textile Corporation, which is a company that has helped expand Roottrees products to China since the late 1970s. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it, in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses. But those mentions are company-focused and not people-focused, and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. Goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Roottrees deal, Lang Hongbo, China family name comes first, so Lang is his last name, was the CEO. Died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on his website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Xinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Tai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottrees logo, another is Tran Quilts, and the third is Piece of Asia. Okay, that's some stuff. Actually, let's just get those out of the way now. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Lang Tai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh, nice. According to their site, the Tai in Lang Tai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. They offer fabric and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. And from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Xinyao. So if I was trying to find the sister's name, that's actually like takes some doing, but is doable. But Lang Xinyao is not the person who gave birth to the kid. So although this would definitely be a no, Han, because that's who the last name is. So maybe looking for Lang Xin... Oh, okay. We could look for this now. That's just brings up... Okay, sure. Also just brings this up. Okay, so let's look up all of these people in Butler County Times. Listed occasionally under many different contexts, as many local businesses are. Nothing seems important except for the first mention from 81. The newspaper chronicles that Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Langtai that has connections to Roottrees. Yeah, Butler County Times is just everything, right? It's so important. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Langtai's products. Also mentions that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Langtai in 81. Yes. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally raised through the ranks as they expanded their reach to America. Although Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all, she is currently taking classes and he is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner, and he hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. According to the article, this is not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s with the rest of the leadership of Langtai when trying to court the Roottrees. It was the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. Alright, let's see if Linda Han is here. Nope. Alright, let's see if Xin Yao Han? I guess it would be Han Xin Yao? Wang? Han Junwei. Need to find their kid. It does call out that Linda was pregnant, though. It's interesting. I guess this doesn't say anything. This doesn't say that she's actually pregnant, right? This is the least fun part of the Roottrees, putting the same search term into like 12 damn periodicals and or library searches in a row. Yeah, there's a lot of digging you gotta do here. Wonder if Business Watch... I guess we already looked up Leng Xinyu here, didn't we? Died. Do we have a date on this? We don't have a date on this. There is a setting you can turn on that will search all the periodicals at the same time. What? Yes, yeah. Enabling this makes certain puzzles significantly easier. Now I know what this means. Okay, fair enough. Definitely a setting that I saw when I was first going through the settings, but I had no idea what it was talking about, and I forgot about it before it started making sense. Okay. The Han family. The IVF stuff was in... it must have been in exactly that time period, right? 81? This is fascinating that he talks about his wife giving birth. When the IVF stuff... history. 78. From 79. Paid Chi genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. And then in 81, it talks about Xinyao and her husband potentially giving birth? That's weird. That's super weird. This is just Piece of Asia again. Damn. I wouldn't expect that to be Piece of Asia here. Or did we already look? Yeah, we looked at this one and didn't see any pictures of it, which is the problem. All right, what was the other company? Tranquilts. It seems Tranquilts is a play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic, considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space, with peace symbols all around it. Wild. Although they were listed on the website for the Lang Tai Textile Company, they don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears that they import cloth. Sure. Yeah, Newstem is definitely not going to have anything about it. There's no reason for Tranquils to show up here? Okay, good. Search produced evidence. I don't think I'm getting anything out of this picture. That's fine. Look at all these numbers. Holy. All right. Where do we think we're going to get more information about Shinyao's kid? Like, this is where I Google, you know, Piece of Asia company picnic and then image search. But, not exactly a thing I can do within Roottree Mania. Fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. I suppose that maybe Linda Han could be... Oh, here we go. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han. There we go. Business. Business is occurring. Although there might actually be a Chinese name here as well, but we'll see. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy. I hate you. Under the headline, Hangin' with the Hans. Hans? Hans, probably. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese-American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company. This article never names it. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow, Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Oh, okay, so just Mark. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school, and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Okay. Okay, so Mark is their kid? In addition to Lucy Lang. Alright. Lucy Lang is not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are a few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. A Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talent Claw. Team Talent Claw are one of only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. Sure. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Gross. Alright, what do we know about Lucy Lang? Flew out here as soon as she graduated. Okay. Huh. All right. Well, let's check them all, I guess. Gross. We'll start bottom up. I want to be able to just wipe this from my list. Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited is a company located in New York City. Lucy Lang is a lead synergy engineer who was listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. Suspicious. As far as you can tell, CSSU is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. There are a few high-profile companies listed on their site as former clients. You recognize their names, but none of them are related to your current investigation. Okay. A Lucy Lang was listed in Business Watch for her work with Corporate Synergistic Solutions Unlimited. She's in an article about consultants that corporations hire to facilitate large internal changes. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section, followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. Lucy's bio section mentions she grew up in a small Arkansas town, the oldest of 4 children. This is the wrong Lucy. Great. Wonderful. Get out of here. And she's only the second in her family to have even left it. I guess I'll keep reading this. I mean, why not? As long as we're here. Only the second in her family to have ever even left the state since her great-grandparents relocated in the early 1900s. She earned her degree from a prestigious New York college, started as a junior associate synergy engineer, and in 8 short years has worked her way up the company ladder. Now at 32, she's the youngest lead synergy engineer in the company's history. The article calls her one of the top facilitators in the US, due to her work on a merger between 2 regional dial-up service providers. As a direct result of her organizational changes and policies, the new company managed to eliminate over 200 redundant positions as part of the merger, making it an instant success. Wow. She's terrible. That's cool. Love that. The Gin and Tonics are a college a cappella group out of Los Angeles. This is probably not the right Lucy Lang either. Lucy Lang is listed as a soprano. There doesn't seem to be much else about her other than her name, and that she performs as a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. The group are featured on a CD compilation called Boca, performing a cover of a popular boy band song. It doesn't seem relevant to your search. Subways of Your Mind by FEX. Excuse me? You never search for Boca? I can tell you what you'll find. You'll find Boca These Nuts! It doesn't quite work as well as, like, if it was never mind. It's an early 1980s pop song, and it was a #1 hit in many countries, though it peaked at 6 in the US. It is still played to this day on contemporary stations around the world, and is often found on compilation discs of popular music. One reviewer at the time was quoted as saying, "Subways of Your Mind is one of those rare songs that feels like it has always existed, and the artist just plucked it fully formed from the collective ether. It's hard to imagine a world in which this modern classic won't become a regular part of our audio landscape for the next 100 years. What a sad, empty world that would be." FEX had many follow-ups that were just as popular in European countries, though their continued success was significantly more limited in the United States. Their next single, Talking Hands, only reached number 24, and their third single, Modern Danger, failed to chart at all. Due to Subways of Your Mind famously starting with the catchy opening phrase, "Like the Wind," perhaps also due to its somewhat lengthy title, those seeking it out or requesting it often search for Like the Wind. Many lyric sites and music hosting sites even label it incorrectly, making this mistake even more common. When searching for combinations of Like the Wind and attempting to narrow it down to results that include the Roottrees, you find that an obscure Irish band called U2 once cited FEX and Jim Diamond as inspirations. As far as you can tell, neither FEX nor Subways has anything to do with your search, and seeing as U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside of Dublin, the connection seems to be an odd coincidence. It's like setting this game in this time period is an excuse to make jokes like these. Like, the whole reason to do it like this is so that you can make weird anachronistic jokes. I guess I should look up Best of College a cappella. Alright. And it has existed since 1995. It's a compilation of various a cappella groups from different colleges, often performing covers of popular music. It doesn't appear very relevant to the Roottrees or anyone connected to the Roottrees. No one has ever done a cover of a song by Jim and Diamond, for example. Maybe someday. Alright, so Lucy Lang would have to be in college in order to be part of this band, so it's probably not the right Lucy. Team Talonclaw is the robotics club of Mid-Eastern University. Wait, I thought she'd already graduated. Not that one. Oh, graduated high school, so in college. So actually, it could be either of them. We'll see if there's a reason why it can't be Team Talonclaw. Robotics Club of Mid-Eastern University. Did we look this up? I feel like I looked this up for a reason earlier. Little Ivy. Yeah, I looked this up and then wasn't sure what to do with it because none of this seemed particularly interesting. But okay. Maybe it makes sense from here. Their robot, also named Talonclaw, has been selected for appearance on the second season of a British television show focused on robot fighting. A small blurb mentions that robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years, but there have been recent moves to televise it. Talonclaw was one of 2 teams selected from the US. The Robotics Club has a text-only site you can find linked from the university's students section. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom, the traveling members of Talon Claw listed as team captain Jaya Patel and supporting members Lucy Lang and Kurt Hauser. Okay, now we need to find whatever this British television show is. Let's try looking up the people involved. New robot-based... Give me the name of the show! Give me the name of the show. Don't hold out on me like this. What about without the period? Okay. School's newspaper. Interview with the school's newspaper. Okay, so if we look up the school... Newspaper? Oh, the Herald. Yes, the Herald, which is now a periodical I can look into. Excellent. You know what? The moment it mentioned that, I really should have known that this was going to come up. Anyway. The Herald has a story about their... I'm still mad about that name. Has a story about their school's robotics team, Team Talon Claw. It lists 3 student members and talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang. Excellent. She is a college student. And we have a picture of her. Whoa, 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 whoa. Min. Yes, actually click the thing. Right. Oh, God, that took some real hunting to get this figured out. Oh, look at those spouses getting locked in! We have concrete information. That feels very good. Lock in those spouses, hell yeah. Oh, hello.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch.
Yeah, very true.
Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
Which wife, Clark?
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
Oh, good.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Yeah, the more miscellaneous root trees that get added to the list, the more likely it is that the clan said trust is going to dissolve. Any new information, or... Okay, alright, so what got locked in? That's great. This is great. This is great, so that confirms that. And that. So now we just need to find pictures of all these people. This has to be Susan. There's no way this is not Susan at this point. Because 1980, right? Like, if this is the other one, this is prior to 79. So, that has to be one of these who, I don't know who this is. But, probably this girl. But unclear. And we don't know who this person is at all. This is great. And we locked in a bunch of those extra pictures, which is also great. Looks like there's no room for extra pictures in the original family tree at this point. So that's cool, maybe? Are these two the same people? It's a similar outfit, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it's the same person. You can even see her picture on the back of her hand. Cool. The tattoo. Okay, so once she locks in, we'll be able to add the other one. That's great. That's also great. Which means by process of elimination, this has to be Pharaoh. Although I don't know that she's a chef. We need to find out what they're doing in Boston. Apparently, she's still together with Steven, so probably working at the restaurant. But she might be farmer still, since she has history as a farmer with her mother. But that's, I guess, not necessarily sure one way or the other either. Oh boy, that was a struggle to get that locked in. Alright, let's keep talking about Lucy. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and the moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she's progressed through her major, she's become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talonclaw's web. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in popular culture. The article has a picture, now in evidence. Excellent. Alright, so that kind of closes the loop on that. That really is all of the information we needed. When did I last see Mideastern University? What sent me here? The fact that this got updated and moved up to here is actually really bothering me, because now I don't know when I first hit it in my long list of history. Because it only shows up the once. What was I doing that it came up? Was it part of Ruby's thing? Notable private college. Their mascot is the Spectres. Their legal and language departments. I feel like this was I got to hear from Ruby, but I don't remember. Printing press they used to print one special year-end issue of the Herald each year. changed man is Portrait of a Changed Man. That's why it didn't show up. Alright, so the notable events is now mostly tapped. Only one more connection there. And there's still a connection here. Bess Williams. Who is Bess Williams? Did I screw that up? No, that's correct. What about Elizabeth Williams? Probably not relevant. I mean, I guess I could look up Family Man here. Yeah. By Bess Williams. Ooh. Oh, no, she does have a page. It's just didn't... Okay, great. Born in the late 1800s, jeez. I had 3 hours. I checked it. I could have... Oh... I looked at it. I looked so closely trying to figure out what I was doing wrong. Okay, that makes sense. Bess has a minor history with the Roottrees. Re-released during the height of Rootree Mania. The Bocadoro Library, not far from where she lived. Hurricane statistics. Was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950. And then closed in 1963, when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. Okay. This gave me something. The Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area, according to the website for the library system in Miami. The building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Released in 1963, credited to Marcia Barbin. At first glance, it doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Okay. Sits in the courtyard and according to their site, is said to be of an unknown author. Bess Williams? Oh, maybe it's not Bess? Maybe it's not Beth, it's Bess? That's sure possible. Died tragically young in a major hurricane. Not Elizabeth? Maybe it is just Bess. Partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. Is Bess an option? Bess is an option. Okay. Maybe. That seems a lot more likely than the secretary. Given that I have a picture. Do we think Bess had kids? The Miami Sunday. That seems like a thing that I want to look up. Has no records that you can find online or in your periodical search. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday. It was a newspaper that lasted only a year. You find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspapers. So I have to look up the Miami Mercury? This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names and the way they did it, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. Wow, they really make you work to get these periodicals added to your searches. The Miami Mercury is a now defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. The resulting newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. It seems at some point during this process it was at least partially archived and available via your periodical search. Do you think the Miami Mercury will have anything about Bess Williams? It definitely does. Had an article about the Bess Williams section in the Bocadora Library when it was being built in 1928. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. Yeah, Roottrees Mania is much less straightforward. It really is. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction, and included a new statue fountain and a second room that would double its shelf count. Is listed in some historical records as having worked on many buildings in the Miami, Florida area. Okay. Let's try here. Mentioned once in an article you've already seen, also mentioned earlier in 1947 under the headline, Constructing a Better World, Frank Wildcat Williams. Worked in construction. Maybe we'll even find a picture of him. Left Florida in 1941 a construction worker and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia, not Ophelia Williams though, are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans, who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that, essentially, Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Rooting. Alright, what can we see about Ophelia Williams? Alright, maybe we can look her up here. Dang it. John Doe, huh? Wow, what a mess. Look at all of this stuff. There's so much going on here. Okay, maybe we can find Frank Wildcat. Wildcat Construction. No, here. Frank Wildcat Williams in Spider Search. There we go. Frank Wildcat Williams is listed on a few different military history websites. He was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in 1996, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by his surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up in an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. Oh, so she is a Williams. Presumably a different Williams, but still a Williams. That's cute. A photo is attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of his construction sites, as he was often known to do. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia, as well as his daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. Presumably in this order. Wait, what the hell does this mean? Did they both marry the same dude? Weird. Alright, show me this picture. Juggling hammers. Cool. Not confident about Chef. Not confident about much here. This I'm confident about. So as far as I'm concerned, I have 3. Maybe she's a farmer? Yep, turns out she's a farmer. Great. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. Okay. What about Barbara Williams? Nope. Okay. What about periodicals? Okay. So, this gives me names, but not a lot of information. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by his surviving family sheds some light on his personal life. I guess we could try all those same things here, right? think I may have already done this. All right, what is the next step then? Well, that sure knocked out a bunch of numbers. Good. This, I still need names. I still need names here. And I need to find them in Boston. So once I find a Boston newspaper, we can look them up probably, since they don't seem to have a web presence. Also need to figure this out. So that was a lot of information that all came in kind of at once, and now it feels like the tap has been turned off again. Like this all came together really quickly and easily. So now I need to figure out a way to find Ophelia, Barb, and Sharon. Well, maybe just Barb and Sharon. But they are not findable in the periodical. Sweetwater, Florida. Maybe I can look up Sweetwater, Florida and find something that way? The Greater Miami area? Sure. None of this feels like it's an in on any other kind of search. Buildings in the Miami, Florida area seems to have ceased operation in the 1960s. So he's been out of work for like 30 years? died in 96. Yeah, out of work for like 30 years. Unless he started a different construction company. Seems a little weird. Did I try this? Yeah, okay. It's a book of paintings of Cuba. It's a book. It's a book. No copies available. Cuba by Cubans is a book of paintings of Cuba released in 1963 and is credited to Marcia Barban. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. At least I tried. Trying is what matters. Probably. Communism was just a red herring. Wow. I think I like that sentence better if you say the Red Scare was just a red herring. It's a Clue reference? I've only seen Clue the once. It was a fantastic movie, but I definitely don't remember all of the bits of it. There's rather a lot of Clue in Clue. Family tradition to watch that on New Year's Eve. That's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything here that lets me kind of look further, given that none of these names have panned out. This is fascinating that they just list John Doe here. Like, Barbara Doe is not going to get anywhere, I don't think. That would be very surprising. I think John Doe is just a name that they give... Like, John Doe is just a name that they give to people whose names they don't know, right? That's not going to... Yeah, okay. Alright, maybe I need to wait for something else to give me another in. Since this doesn't seem to be doing it. Kind of running into the same problem that I did with Mark Clementine. Oh, maybe Mark Clementine is when I ran into... Hold on. No. I was in San Diego. Appreciate the thoroughness, no assumptions. Yeah, you gotta try it, right? Like, how do you know? This game is definitely out to trick you in a lot of these situations. And then Sandstone Canyon High School didn't get me anywhere. Hit by a crocodile. Unbelievable. Think I can get anything else here? Maybe I can get something out of Sterling. Oh, I have to look him up under Edison. Had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. No cited sources or evidence. We tried this. This is the same page. What else can I do here? What else do I think I know? Maybe I can figure out who this is based on additional context stuff? Still have reminders here. This is interesting. Remember Caroline Morden's art book? I guess we should look up Caroline Morden again, since she was notable. There we go! After the releases of 6 Pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the televised section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers, and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience. It does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. And now there are no more things and reminders. Great! Caroline Morden interview. 45 minutes? That's 15 less than 60. It was a cable news interview. A transcript of only Caroline's answers has been posted on a site about television. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all of her tractors. But I don't really think it fit her narrative. This is probably about Sam? It's probably a question about Sam. Remind me where CM is. Here. So Zach's daughter. A generation below Sam. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. Could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all of her tractors. Oh, are you okay? Are you surprised that you didn't get mentioned in Six Pieces? That's the question here. 60 minutes at home. You don't need the extra 15. Yes and no, they never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm. Did you feel welcome in the family? If that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular. And once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. What is your relationship with... what's her name? Eloise? She's my wife. Not legally, but we've been together for half of our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable? Explain that. Did you like Guy Hudson? No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. What about Ernie, I guess? He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Rather not speak ill of the dead. Oh, Carl. Not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. I don't know who this is talking about. Well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. Oh, maybe Clark. Yeah, this is Clark. This has got to be Clark. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. Alright, well, not a lot of useful information here. Right? Nothing that we can really trace in, other than maybe followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. We never did look for Roottrees Europe, did we? This I got what I needed. This I got what I needed. This I got what I needed. Nothing about Roottrees Europe. This is not a real search. This is just back to Roottrees Brazil. And what was the other... Let's see. What was the other place that he went to? France. All right, let's see if there is a Roottrees, France. Roottrees France is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer '79. Apparently, Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process, after the company had already been formed. And then the leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. The CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Who? A businessman. This is probably not relevant information, considering we've mostly nailed down Guy's infidelities, but it's still information, right? Tristan Robert is a businessman who at one time went to the periodicals. Let me finish reading this article first. He's still alive. You come across an interview unrelated to Roottree from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottree mania, as you recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. Guy, the president of Roottree, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no. I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. Wasn't surprised to learn he has a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottree. Really? Nothing in Business Watch? Thought he was a big-time CEO. I mean, again, not that it super matters, because we've already figured all this stuff out, but... Hang on. Okay, cool. Pokemon, or Pocket Monsters, is a video game franchise made by Nintendo that premiered in different countries over the last few years. 97 in Japan, 98 in the US, and more recently in other countries such as France. Besides Roottree Mania, Pokemania has swept the globe in the last year or so. It's unclear if the franchise will have any lasting presence, or if it will fade like Roottree Mania has. Yeah, it's just a fad. It's again another excuse to, like, make a joke based on the timeline. Love it. Love it. Okay. Great. So we have 2 out of here, huh? So that implies that it's either Linda Lewis or Angela Ingram in this spot. Or maybe Catherine Garrett. Whoever they were, though, their husband is at the same party. Tristan Robert is a very generic name. Yeah, it's fair. Patrick Decker. Wow, Beth Knox gets her 50-year work anniversary bonus and immediately leaves the company. Bunch of people leave. Bunch of people leave. Turnover in secretaries. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall were hired. Really? Sam Cattrall works in farm and manufacturing also? William Sams was hired. No Lewises or Ingrams or Ewings or Garretts anywhere in that list. Alright, well, the fact that I kind of dead-ended somewhere and now need to look for more stuff is maybe a good point to call it for the night. And then I'll have to find out where to pick up the pieces next time. Because I don't have any firm leads right now, so I'm just digging into the stuff that I have already tried to dig into and not gotten any results on. Which is a rough place to be, for sure. But I guess that could be future me's problem, since it is about that time. Yeah, let's call it here for now, and we'll pick up some more of this. Save and quit.